Oh my god.
Quote unquote. Why does everybody think
Am I
that
just
Effie knew anything about this? What makes you think that Effie Oh, damn, I saw it.
No, I forgot that she's with Riza.
Yeah, she is.
You're Vincent Hugh.
I just noticed the hit there.
Miss.
I'm leaving, guys. Have fun. Be good on me.
Oh, she's so freaking cute.
No!
Woo!
Let's get a mic check.
Happy
Ding
Sunday,
dong.
everyone.
It's so hot.
Why is it hot? You should get a fan.
Because I have 2 fans blowing right on me.
You should take a cold shower.
Oh yes, I should shower while streaming.
Yes, yes, it'll get
I'll
the views
stream
up.
the shower.
That'll
get
definitely
views.
get views.
Do it as Shreya.
Yeah, fuck, I'll get fucking VTuber fucking spin.
Hey, whoa, watch out.
Language.
Bad.
Language.
What? What'd I say?
You said
No ducks.
No ducks.
Why can't we have any ducks?
Because we cannot have ducks. No ducks.
We are not family friendly.
We chop off the ducks.
Quack.
Quack.
Oh my god. Nothing new this week, guys. Nothing crazy or specials happened. I know we got like some talk about new sessions and such, but that's all in the background for now. Anybody else want to join my energy and hop on the cameras with me? Anyways, no, except you! Except you!
Oh goodness. Once I get my computer fully finished setting up, we will have a camera soon.
And
Let's go.
a decent setup for chairs as well, because I need to not use a foldable chair.
My laptop.
I know. What I'm saying.
Next weekend,
No
I
laptop
should
for you,
be-
Zoe.
Like,
Or
right
you,
in the
Fen.
Next
None of you get
weekend, I
laptops.
will have the camera definitely available.
I don't know. You want to fund me a new computer?
We should
Found a
start one.
decent one.
We should definitely start one. Everyone needs a computer.
Yeah, babe.
I refuse.
What do you mean you refuse? Oh god.
He's
Alright.
a console child.
Let me write
No,
something
I
down
am
here
in
real
it.
quick.
Society. Do not give me that power.
He's grounded right now.
I mean, I don't know what that dynamic is, you know? Let's see. Alright, guys. We're going to start off a little different. Low-key might hate me a little bit for it,
What are you doing?
but this could be fun. Alright. I see on my end... Wow,
Face!
you're not even playing! You want to go first, introduce your character? Alright, that was just a tease, I guess. Alright. Hugh, since
Too soon.
you're first on the order here, I want you to just very quickly tell me who you are. And then after you tell me who you are, tell us something cool about yourself or something interesting about your character. And then just tell us something random about your character. And when I say who are you, guys, I mean all of you say this in character.
I don't like being put on the spot.
There has been plenty of heads up for these.
Heads down, thumbs up. Let's play some
Send it.
7-Up.
Nice.
I don't know what to say.
Who is
I don't
Hugh?
like this. Why? I am Hugh F. Mungus. I'm a 3'11" little dwarf man with the heart of gold. I made these cool hammers, and I'm really happy about them.
No, give us something random about him.
I had a cool mustache before my nice long beard.
All right.
I also got a gauntlet, which made me God.
Hello.
So who is LeFay?
LeFay is I would say a very caring rogue elf. You said what she likes? Is that what you said?
Something cool that you have done, or something interesting about your character, and then just something random about them.
I'd say the most cool thing is that she has made so many friends and so many great memories throughout her journey. And she is very glad to be part of the family. You said one thing very cool?
Just something random.
Random? She's a clumsy, slow elf, random elf. She just says random things. Out of the blue.
All right, thank you.
You are
Fen.
very welcome.
Who is Fenrir? Something cool or interesting about him, and then just something random.
Well, I am Fenrir Wolzenbane of the Beast Kings in the East. I've destroyed a lot of things. Mainly, in particular, my favorite moments, I threw Hugh through a Yuan tea and turned it into jelly. Something random. I know how to play the violin.
Wait, now I definitely want to do that. Now I definitely want to hear.
Thank you. Zoe. Who are you? Something cool or interesting about your character, and then something random. It's just us, 4 other people at the table. A little sooner with that, that would have been perfect.
I'm Zoe Noelani. I just recently adopted a giant child. And, well, something random. I love
to collect random flowers and plants that I find on the road and make them question themselves.
Perfect. Edward. Who are you? Something cool or interesting, and then something random.
My mind just went blank.
Is he saying anything? Because if he
No,
is,
no.
he's not coming through.
He's ready.
My mind just like went blank.
Oh, okay. Okay.
You can do this, Eddie.
It happens.
You got this.
I am Edod of the House Stormbane. It's been one of the ruling houses in these lands for the last several hundred years, nearly 1,000. What was the other thing you wanted to know?
Just something random. Just anything, a fact about him, something that he likes to do on the side that nobody else knows. Maybe a secret.
He's recently found out that he's really good with drawing. What comes to mind at the moment.
Perfect. Alright, guys, welcome back. It's Sunday. And when we left off, you guys took care of Fenrir, who mostly destroyed a field and bounced you like a basketball.
Yeah.
And
And me. He literally grabbed me and shook me like a freaking rag doll.
Yeah. No, it was definitely something that, like, even listening to it again, I'm like, damn, this is tense.
At least your hair is perfect.
Mine? Thank you.
No, I meant LaFay because she
Oh,
got
okay.
shaken.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yours,
It's
yours is too.
extra-
Yours is lovely.
Okay.
It's extra shaggy. It's extra shaggy short hair.
You guys left off at you had left the hospital after taking the baby in, having it looked over, and then you guys put it into what was it again, a cradle?
yes.
Yep.
Yeah, there's a note. You ran into Sandy again, who was being weird, but didn't really catch anything going on other than the normal stare down between you and Fen, between her and Fen.
Ben casted vicious mockery on the bit.
I don't think I could ever be sassy again.
But you guys all eventually just went home, correct?
I was.
Yes.
Yes, he
I'm at
was
Riza's.
very much drunk.
Yes.
I snuck into Riza's place.
Edard, you had just broken up with Venus.
Oh yeah, the relationship I had no idea I was in until 2 days ago.
Dang.
Fix it.
Did you just tell me to fix it?
Yes,
Fix it.
fix it.
I can't when I'm not really in love with that person.
Did you stay there all night in the tower, or did you eventually go
Rekindle
home?
the flame.
I can't really rekindle something when this version of Edard was not even part of that relationship.
Oh shoot, I get a clean light.
But Effie did ask if I stayed in the tower all night.
Yeah, did you stay up there in the tower, or did you eventually go home?
Edard would have been up there on the tower for like probably about an hour, and then, or at least till like the sunset, really. And then after that, like instead of going home, like he just grab the tent and everything, like a little setup outside the walls in the forest, just to be able for a bit.
Okay. So morning starts to roll in. Did you guys have any routines of waking up early at a certain time, or can I just pick up around 10?
You can pick up around 10 for me.
Solid. Everybody's good with that?
I mean, for Ed, he probably would have gone for a run and everything, and probably lifted some logs or something.
Um,
What does it look
How
like?
early?
Regular morning workout routine,
How early?
probably 5-ish in the morning.
um,
He doesn't
That-
get sleep anyway, so.
I was gonna say about around the same time, Fenrir was gonna go back to the field and look at the aftermath of what happened.
At what time? 5 or 10?
About around the same time.
5 or 10?
5.
Okay.
You guys stay out for that like amount of time? Up until around 10, we're going to go with?
Yeah. Well, he's gonna be coming back to town around 10.
Okay, perfect. Okay. So, Edard, you start your morning. Go for your run. Cross the lake. Maybe a little later, about an hour into your workout and your run. And you do see Xenagos is out there as well. And he's like working out on the stone in the middle of the lake. Fen, maybe at some point you do see Edard as you guys are doing your own thing. When it's around 10 a.m., Zoe, you awake because you hear some thudding noises coming from the hallway.
Oh, Lord. She's gonna rub at her temple slightly. I swear, it better not be who I think it is. And she's gonna, like, fix her kimono after getting up from the bed and look into the hallway.
So when you look into the hallway, there's no one physically there. You see that it's daylight out, and the thud noise seems to be coming from the room across from you.
She's just gonna stare at the door. And she's gonna walk up to it and knock lightly. Just so you know
Your
that
headset
you
went out.
are muted.
There we go. So when she starts to knock on the door, Hugh, you hear it, and it kind of like stirs you out of your sleep.
Who's there? What do you want?
And aren't you?
What do you want? I'm drunk. I'm tired.
Do
And
you
hungover.
want me to help you down?
I guess.
She's gonna open the door and just like peek in at him.
I'm on the door frame. Or on the back of the door.
Oh my god.
Yeah, you swing the door open, and he's just hanging off of it on the hook.
What the?
How does this keep happening to you?
I don't know.
Are you gonna let me make something for you to stay in bed?
Maybe. I need it.
Okay. We will think about that later, but let's get you down. And she's like help him off the hanger.
roll up strength.
The silence after the sudden laughter just cuts
Jesus.
off. Yeah, it just cuts off all of a sudden. You know they're dying of laughter. Let's see.
Strength check.
So, you help Hugh down, right?
With the 14 of strength.
That's not
You
bad.
shouldn't be too bad.
You
I
get me
wanted
off the latch, but then you just
I
drop me.
wanted to see what would
Wait,
happen.
like, are you willingly letting her help you, or like, are you assisting with the pull away? Or are you
I mean,
just...
I can't do anything. There's nothing physically I can do to get off this door. I
Zoe,
don't reach the ground.
you like with some struggle, you're pulling on this, and then he finally
Uh-huh.
like slips off and he falls on the floor. And then you hear like a on the front door.
Can it just be one noise for the morning? She looks at Hugh. I'll get you breakfast ready to help with that hangover, okay?
Okay.
And she goes to where the scratching was coming from.
Yeah, it's the front door, and as you're getting close, it comes open, and you see a struggling Ona with a sack of fruits and stuff in a knapsack, and Window Licker just pushes through the door past her, almost knocking her over, and he goes over to his water bowl and just starts drinking. And then
Is he trying to eat the water? Is that how he's drinking?
Yeah, it's not even like he's licking it up. It's just of all the
She's
times
gonna-
to use his tongue, he doesn't use his tongue to drink up water.
Window
Dang it.
liquor.
Literally.
But
She's gonna look
Crag and Bullet do follow in after.
Okay. She's gonna go over to Ona and help her.
Oh, thank you, Zoe. I had it
Of
until he almost
course.
knocked me over there. Bad doggy. And Window Licker just kind of goes,
When she's gonna look at Window Licker, next time you wait until someone walks past you first. Don't knock them down, please.
family, friends, no hurt. And then he like
Thank
nuzzles up
you.
to Ona, and Ona just scratches behind his ear. Then she goes over to the kitchen and she starts like setting up, like putting away things.
Would you like to help me make breakfast?
You mean would I like to help you make breakfast? What if I make breakfast today?
Do you want to try your cooking?
Let me think. And as she gets to work on that,
She's
what are you
also gonna
doing?
tell her. She was also gonna whisper to her, Let's not tell Hugh and the others who made the breakfast yet."
What do you mean?
They can guess who made breakfast.
Like a game?
Of course.
Okay.
And if you win, if they end up saying that it was me, I will still get you a bag of candy, but you better not tell your dad.
Okay.
I don't want him to get mad at me again.
And she proceeds to start cooking up a very delicious breakfast. Huh? Were you? Hugh, what are you doing right now?
I am currently getting dressed and making my way downstairs.
There's no downstairs, but you make your way through the hallway to the living room. And,
Yeah, okay, wherever the fuck, or wherever the kitchen is, I'll make my way there.
I'll have a drawing of the house and stuff like that soon, so I'll be posting that.
I thought it was a 2-story house.
No. It's like a cabin, you know. So like you got the 2 bedrooms. There's a hallway, and then the living room is connected to the kitchen. So this entire area right here is living space.
Okay.
And then you have the front door.
Okay, dokie.
Yes, sir. Where was I So yeah, like
Roger.
you go in and you see that Ona's starting to cook up some breakfast. You notice that nobody else is there at the time.
Mm-hmm.
Not even Noel is hanging out, or Eric, or any of the others.
Okay.
Just Zoe
Gonna
and Ona.
sit there and I'm just gonna get a beer.
Wait, did you say Zoe?
Did I say Zoe?
Yeah.
Yeah, Zoe and Ona. You guys are both in the kitchen right now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. She's gonna go ahead and be prepping the meal for the dire wolves.
Okay. Yeah, they start to get excited seeing you do this, and Crag and Bullet are being the most behaved, and Window Licker, he's like starting to kind of get with the program, but that tail is whipping back and forth. It's the one thing that's probably annoying Crag, as you see his eye twitch every once in a while. It's when you're about finished and maybe about to serve it that there is a knock on the door.
Oh, come on. Just one morning. I just want to be able to do this. Perfectly, happily, and in silence. And she looks at the three dire wolves. Wait. You will get your breakfast in a bit, okay? She goes up to the door, just kind of like mumbling to herself, like, why is it that every single time nobody's here except me and some other people, there's always someone at the door, and it better not be Franklin, because every single time it's just him. And she opens the door and has like this smile.
At first you don't see them, you hear the voice. Good morning! And when you look down, it's Brian, the goblin. And today they're dressed in like this white collar shirt, and it's like a button down, and they seem to have like this very like a grim look on their face. I hope you slept well.
I did, thank you. You look really nice today. Is everything okay?
Well, I could kind of hear you through the door, so I didn't mean to bother you.
Oh no. No, you're perfectly fine. You are not a bother at all.
It's
Okay?
just these ears. These really big ears. They have such a great perception to them. I can hear a lot of things. And I'm sorry you're frustrated. So, on behalf of the people at the initiative, you don't have to accept this. Is Fenrir around? Maybe the other guy with the hammer?
Well, Hugh is very hungover, and I have no idea how he would react. Fenrir is not here at the current moment. But you can come in if you'd like.
I was gonna keep it quick because I gotta go back in town. We got some officials coming to look at a body.
Wait, a body?
Yeah, we were just calling on you guys. Maybe you can help look into it. But there was a murder, and then a suicide. It was rough.
I see.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead and let them know.
I'll let Edward know. I'm sure Kato's already wrote to him or something.
Of course.
You guys be safe and watch out for any weird stuff, okay?
We will.
Alright. Bye. And the goblin just goes back down the steps.
Brian.
Brian, sorry. And it heads back to the town. I even wrote it down here. I wrote goblin at first, and then I changed it to Brian. So even like, my brain's it's gonna be a while.
You gotta put it in big capital letters now.
Yeah, probably. Name tag for the note.
Just like I was gonna say, just put in like capital letters and then just like underline it.
Brian!
Bold capital letters underlined.
There it is. It's perfect. I can even bold it. Look at that. Yes. Awesome. So, Goblin or Brian. You made me change it! Brian starts to leave and goes off to town, and like the last thing you see is he picks up a stick off the ground, but you realize that it's his broom and hops on and takes off to the town.
I really want a broom like that. That's cool.
Ona comes up and she's like stirring a bunch of eggs, and she's like, "What was that?"
It was Brian.
Everything okay?
Yeah, he said that there was like a suicide or murder.
That's
But
good.
we'll talk more about that when the others are home, okay?
Okay. Well, I hope you like omelets. And she like goes back to work. We cut over to a bedroom on the second floor of a home in town.
Huh.
Yes.
Riza turns over and puts her arm on your shoulder and snuggles up.
I put my arm around her and like pull her in.
Make a perception check.
There's a mimic.
Oh jeez, I would be.
Can never trust the mimic.
Where's Boxy?
Natural 20, 32.
So she like kind of like stirs and opens her eyes a little bit, and she's like looking at you face to face, and she's like, "Good morning."
Morning.
So last night was cuddles up under the blanket.
Wait.
She like pops back up and was like getting close to kissing you, and all of a sudden you hear thump, 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 like someone coming up the stairs, and you hear a voice say, "Hey, Riza, you're supposed to be out in the field an hour ago. What are you doing up here?" And you realize that it's her dad, and she's like, "Get out of bed! Go! Get out the window!
Okay.
Out the window!"
Okay.
Starts to slide the window open.
I dive out the window.
Before she has the window open.
I love this too much already.
Did you grab your clothes?
Wait.
She didn't even...
Wait.
I have this feeling like nothing actually.
So that's up to you. Like, it's up to you whether that happened or not. So did you forget your clothes?
No, she puts them on very quick.
Okay.
She's not gonna put the.
She's pulling the door open or the window down open.
She throws on the shirt backwards, and she is going to dive out once the window is open.
You have to help her. So are you gonna dive out the window, or are you gonna help her push the window open?
I run over. I lift it.
Make a strength check. Oh no!
Where's the string? 16.
So she's struggling to push it open. She's like, "We got it open last night. How did you get it last night?" And then like you start to push it, and it slides open, and the door of the room opens.
Quick!
What did I just walk into? I'm gonna get your mother. And
No,
he turns
no.
around. Riza just like grabs you, starts shoving you out the window. Go.
She's gonna get out.
Trickster belt out the window.
My dad might be okay with it, but my mom's totally gonna fling you into another town.
Okay. She runs. It's like she gets out. Dives.
Pops her head over. Bye. You're out in the middle of this. You're in this alleyway, in the center of town. You can hear the bustle of people moving about, right? And she slides the window closed. What do you do? That was a long time
she's
ago. Ava Johnson says-
LaFay is going to run back at the house to where Zoe and Fen are.
All right. As you make your way through the town, Fenrir bumps into you.
LaFay, what are you doing out here?
I can ask. I was running.
Uh,
We were nice
my
little morning run.
my initial perception of like 20
She's gonna she's like in place. She's gonna like kind of do that little jogging in place. Gotta pump the fibers, the calories.
He's like staring at your like poorly put on clothes and just like stand there for a second.
Roll perception for Hickey.
Did I?
Do I even need to roll with a passive 23?
Well, you said perception. I will do it. I will do it.
Perception for what?
No, I would
No,
be.
not you.
She got a 19.
I didn't say perception for anything.
She got a 19.
For what? What are you rolling for?
Look at Allie.
Huh?
Really?
Me?
The alley's a mimic. No, it's
What?
I told Fen to roll perception to find a hickey.
Oh no, I heard when you said that, but no. If she had her most of her clothes on anyways and they didn't do anything, then no, that didn't happen. No hickeys for you.
Dang.
So yeah, it's you guys in the middle of town. Not quite in the market area just yet. You'd have to kind of be headed either towards the initiative or kind of towards the western side of town. So where are you headed right now, Fen?
out of his own curiosities, he was going to head towards the initiative.
Okay.
Kind of looking at LaFay. Well, if you're running around, you want to join me? I was going to go see Kato about something.
Yeah, sure. Let's run. She's still doing a little jogging in position.
He's like just still staring at you slightly. Relax. Whatever it was you were doing, I'm not going to say anything.
I was running.
Uh-huh. Do I hear the mother yelling at all from where we're at?
No.
It should only be just around the corner, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but like it doesn't seem like she's yelling necessarily.
Okay. So, gonna start heading the direction towards the initiative.
Let's go. Let's go.
Okay. Around this time, is Edard still out for a run, or what would he have been doing right now?
Depends how long has it been now.
I mean, if you've been out since 5 a.m., it's been about 5 hours. So everything that's happened with Zoe at home and Fen running into LaFay, this is like around that time. To the initiative?
He would have gone back to his tent like after the first 3 hours.
Oh, okay. And just stayed there?
Probably gone there. Fix himself like he pretty much would just eat jerky as breakfast and everything as he just
Pocket bacon.
yeah, basically. And yeah, he probably would have already gone over to initiative building.
So heading in that direction?
Yeah, I think he probably would have already been there if he finished working out 3 hours. Like after the 3 hours, then it's 2 hours.
Okay. So Fenrir and LaFay. You guys are making your way through town, no longer just running. And as you start to make your way through, you notice that there's a crowd of people kind of built up ahead of you, looking into the courtyard where the normal trade happens.
What's happening over there?
Seems odd. Let's check it out.
Yeah.
So,
People-
pushing your way through.
He kind of takes a look at you. Do you have a weapon on you or anything?
Scale piercer. Wait, no, she doesn't actually. She she doesn't have anything.
Okay.
My hands.
I could slap them.
I guess that'll have to do for now, just in case if there's anything.
On it.
Pushing your ways through the crowd. Some people recognize you and they kind of disperse. Others are a little too fixated on what's going on or don't really care to move themselves. Go ahead and make perception checks.
Let's go, 25.
Hey, yo, 25.
All right. So
That's a total of 50. That's
So, looking over the crowd of people, you guys can just make out that there are what looks like these men in uniform, men and women in uniform. They're like all black and they have a orange stripe going along the side. And they're bent over what looks like these covered bodies, and they're inspecting them over by one of the trading areas. You both recognize it to be the meat stand. And you both recognize, or at least Fenrir, you remember recognizing someone named Fred there. And he ran the butcher stand.
Fenrir's gonna try and get closer, like right up to the scene.
So you're making your way through, and some of the people like kind of protest, but see your stature and move away. LaFay, I assume you're following after, right?
Yeah, she's following after.
When
Literally
you guys,
dividing.
Yeah, when you guys make your way through to the front of the crowd, it's one of the people wearing the black and orange uniform. They like see you and they run up to stop you, and then they kind of look you over and they're like, "Oh wait, you're Fenrir, correct?
Yes.
Come on through, let them through." And like the other guys that are holding the guard, they're just like let you through for the crowd and into the crime scene. The person that addressed you, they have like this like comb over thing going on where the side of the head is shaved. And you can see that they have what looks like a phoenix engraved into the side of their head. And then as you guys are looking around, you realize that they're kind of acting like a police force, right? Doing the investigation, taping off zones. Looks like they're picking up what looks like weaponry or butcher's equipment from around that area where the bodies are located. This particular person, when he turns to look at you, he has a notepad and a quill in his hand, and on his chest, you see that there's a initiative logo there. But it's not like the one that you guys normally brand yourselves with. It's actually like in blue. And they look at you and they say, Tomas is my name. I'm leading the investigation here. We sent for you guys, but we haven't heard back.
I've been out for a little bit this morning. I assume she was as well. So we haven't really been around her home.
Well, at least you're here. It's fortunate. Maybe you can help us
What
make
happened?
heads or tails of this. He leads you guys over to where the bodies are, and even though they're covered, you can see that like there's a large pool of blood starting to dry beneath them. And he looks at you and he says, "Must have happened like maybe 30 minutes ago now." Witnesses say that Fred just lost it. Was late to work, didn't have any of the meats out. We sent someone to his home to see if maybe his wife can tell us what's going on. We haven't heard back from them just yet.
He said it was Fred and somebody else, right?
Fred, and then the other guy is George.
I recognize these guys.
Yeah,
You
George
said
is our fruit man. He make sure everybody had a serving of fruit every day. And Fred
And
made sure that they had some meat.
yeah, I remember coming by and getting some stuff from Fred a few times. You said Fred did this?
Yeah. Witnesses say that, again, like, he wasn't himself, the stand wasn't ready for work, and then George was seen to have talked to him for a moment, but nobody really knew what was said. Then Fred just picked up his butcher knife and just started hacking at him before he hit himself with it. Not much of a face to look at anymore. We're looking to see if anybody knows where he's been in the last day or so. We know there was
Did he
some
have
weird matter that happened over at the lake.
Fred had a family, correct?
A wife and son?
Where are they? Did anybody check the home?
We sent someone maybe like 5 minutes ago. It'll be some time before we hear from them.
How
They
far
live
is it?
just near the southern entrance. They have a small little home. Old place, when the initiative first started here.
I'm gonna look at LaFay. Try to look around, see if you can't find anything odd.
She's gonna nod on it. And she's gonna go and investigate.
Fenrir's gonna take he's gonna kind of step out of the group from where they're at, and he's gonna look back at the initiative member that's there. This direction, right?
You're pointing south, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he takes out his map and he shows you exactly like where it's at. And it's like maybe 3 or 4 houses down from where that gate is.
Okay. Fenrir's gonna take like a sprinter's stance and full kick off and go that direction, kind of cracking the ground as he kicks off.
All right, Flash. Terrifying some of the people in town. Some of them shout out. They're just like, "Hey, watch where you're going," and the typical NPC commentaries.
Are there any buildings nearby?
There's plenty of buildings nearby.
Then I'll just climb up on top of the buildings and run along the rooftops.
All right. Yeah, there's like that one person who sees you do it, and they're just like, "I'm too old for this shit." Just ducks the other way. Huh? Definitely not freaking anyone out. Hey, wasn't that guy just huge yesterday? It's not long, like you're crossing through the town, right? That you see the battalion of like police officers or the enforcers. We'll call them the enforcers for now until I can come up with a clever name. But they're moving together on horseback and they're headed towards the south end of town. You just completely outpace them. One of them does spot you, and he's just like, "Hey, look at that!" And that's all you hear as you continue crossing the town. LaFay, are you investigating the crime scene?
Yeah, she's investigating.
Go ahead and roll investigation for me.
Oh gosh. Sorry, hang on. Investigation. Jeez, 8.
With that, you kind of like go around the bodies. Some of the people notice you, and they're just like, "Hey, be careful." And you're just like looking over the sheets, and you're just like, "Those are dead bodies." Case solved.
Wow.
Ben,
What's up?
as you reach the southern end of town, it's kind of like you have like the main cluster of buildings near the center of the town, and then there's this large open space where it's like field, right? And then along the edge of the wall are a couple of homes, and to the left of where you're looking, you see that there is a lone home that stands by itself between these 2 large, almost tavern-like buildings. And it's kind of painted like this bluish black color. It definitely sticks out amongst the rest of the houses there.
That's the house I'm heading to.
Yeah.
Okay.
So as you're headed towards the house, Edard, at the initiative, what were you doing there?
He would have made his way back over to the room that he has over there to kind of. I'm assuming there's like some kind of like bathing area, right?
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, he would have gone over there to like kind of refresh himself after like the morning's workout and everything. Probably after that, he would have gone see Kato.
Okay. So,
No shower roleplay.
huh?
I'm kidding.
He lathers the soap on his skin. It's so exfoliating. So
His beard is soapy and wet.
So you went to go see Kato, right? Kato's there, and he's dressed in like this. It almost matches what Goblin was wearing, except it's not a button down, and it has like this like glossy look to the front of it. And he sees you come in, he's like, "Good morning. Are you all right?"
Yeah, I just took the night to myself.
I saw Venus earlier. She didn't look too good. Are you guys all right?
Yeah, it's kind of not together now, but it's something I kind of have to explain to you in a bit, actually.
I mean, I guess we're like friends now, so you can tell me all this stuff, huh? And he like goes over to his desk chair and he sits down, gets back up, realizing that he didn't pull a chair for you. Like, oh, I'm sorry.
No, I got it. I
Right,
told you
right.
already, Kato. You don't.
I
You don't
know,
need to
I
do
know.
that.
It's just old habits. Old habits that are. In fact, I was doing some reflecting recently. It's amazing how far everyone's really come. I remember you were just much younger and walking the halls of the capital, the capital's castles.
I don't think Edar was ever actually at the capital when he was younger until like a year or two ago.
He'd seen him once or twice when they'd stayed there, but. Hmm?
But he worked for the Stormbanks at the capital.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Stormbanks don't live in the capital necessarily.
No, but it's when like you would have visited at times, like before then. It's not that you live there.
Okay.
He does remember you though, because he was a servant of that house. But he's kind of looking at the position he's in now, seated where he's at, and I never thought I'd have everything that I have. What's going on, man?
Has nothing seemed weird to you at all since we got back?
Like what?
Okay, this is probably gonna sound a little weird to you because I already had to explain it to Venus last night, but us when we went to the Feywild, I don't think we're exactly the same group that you remember necessarily.
I mean, I remember why you guys went, and everything here was fine. Did something change there that affected your relationship? And what else has
Well, I had to use the time turner while we were over there fighting Xenagos, and since turning it back, some things have changed here and there, such as the whole thing with Venus. I don't recall any relationship with her at all. And then Eric, well, his family's not supposed to be here, but they are now. And Jourdain does not look the same like I remember him. And then Wilhelm was supposed to be the one alive. Godfrey's supposed to be dead.
If anything changed, would I have even noticed?
I think only if you were with us.
I can understand why you had to do what you had to do then. Maybe we'll keep an eye on her. I'll let Brian know to check in on his friend.
That would be much appreciated. Also, would you know where the night knockers are at this point right now?
Oh, the old barn. That's where they like to train. They set up a whole place there. It's not too far from the crop field.
All right, I need to speak with them real quick about Mountain Slide. They might be able to help me out with finding something.
Well, I think Sam's welcome to have anybody there. Just go meet him. I don't think they had anything recent that they had to take care of. Did Fenrir tell you about the raiders on the road?
Can't remember if Fenrir ever told me something about raiders.
I think it was a brief discussion anyways, but I don't think you were there for it.
I haven't heard anything about that.
I did bring it up as a slight thing to go check out, but it didn't
Didn't go in depth with it, so you might have forgotten it.
Yeah.
He might have mentioned it, but a lot lost the time.
Yeah, Fenrir was asking about a few jobs around, and at about around that time, that was like everything. And then I believe, that's what happened. The Giants.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, Fenrir got caught up in the Giant mess.
Yeah, he looks at you and he's just like, started as a small thing, maybe more towards the road of Mountainslide, but left and right people have been kind of disappearing. It wasn't just our friend from the capital who lost all his stock. There's other people who are trying to send things here, or we're trying to send things out. I'd hate to have anything ordered that's absolutely valuable or detriment to us that these people get their hands on.
Right, I'll be sure we look into that. Do you still have that safe?
Yes.
Is the sword still in there?
Yes.
Just wondering about that. Nothing changed about that or anything.
Maybe we could just... And he goes over to he turns behind him to one of the bookshelves, and then he stops as something flutters in front of his face, and you see a note fall down. He catches it, and he turns and he's like, "Have you seen Fenrir and the others?"
Not since yesterday.
I'd almost forgotten to bring it up, but something happened in town. We sent for you guys to see if you can look into it. Somebody murdered someone. We sent some of our enforcers to go look into it. Kind of a new thing we've started.
Or did I know anything about enforcers in town?
No, this is new.
Oh, this is new also. Okay.
To him,
Right,
to
right.
him it's normal.
I'll definitely look into that. Enforcers, yes.
If you need to talk about anything else, just let me know. Just feel like maybe you just have a lot going on too.
As Edard goes toward the door and opens it, he kind of stops and just turns toward him. It's like, by chance, can you find any word on Cassandra Gray?
He makes a note of it and he looks at you and says, "You got it."
That'd be much appreciated. Thank you. And I'll head off into town to see like what the fuck's going on.
So you make your way through the initiative, going down the stairs, first floor, and as you're heading out past the busy halls with students and such, you make your way through the front door, and out in the courtyard, you see that there's like this kind of like a tent set up, and there's like people relaxing under it, drinking water and stuff, and you notice that Venus is sitting there with Sandy. Sandy. Wednesday girl. And they're both kind of like giggling and laughing with each other. And then Venus like looks and she sees you. And then she like turns back to her friend and Sandy just kind of goes,
Edard just kind of looks over there for like a second, but like he just kind of looks down for a while, just kind of speeds up in his pace a little bit, just like
make a perception check. Mm-hmm.
that'd be a natural 20 for 21.
So with that, you kind of try not to make eye contact, shuffling your way towards the exit, like the exit I can't talk, the edge of the courtyard. You're trying to leave, and you kind of like peek back for a second, and you notice that amongst the people that are all sitting there, they're kind of seated to the corner of this tent, but they're facing someone else that you immediately recognize. And between them, you see that there's a table, and on top of the table there is a candle. And you recognize Ernesto, the griffin tamer. And Venus, having looked back at you one last time, she looks like annoyed and angry. She like shakes her head like this, and Ernesto goes like that and turns on the candle. Do you keep going?
Wait, she's with Ernesto right now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Her and Sandy are sitting. Her and Sandy are sitting next to each other, and in between them is a table with a candle, and then Ernesto's right there.
Edard would stop just to see like what's going on, like keeping his distance, but like just kind of watching like what happens there. I think it's the first time he would have seen this whole thing.
So watching from that distance, you see that he puts his hand on the table, and she goes over and she takes his hand, and then sitting in one of the chairs just behind Ernesto is this rather large, burly man who comes over and he like puts his arms around Venus, kind of restraining her. Then she seems to kind of say something, exchanging words with Ernesto, and then there's a look of shock in her face. And then she kind of laughs. Sandy next to her kind of like encouraging it. And then she says something and her eyes like roll back. And she's like fighting against this large man as he restrains her. The other students around them seem to kind of like be egging it on. And they're just like, "Oh, it's happening, it's happening. Look."
Wait, this is happening on the...
It's like right at the edge of the campus.
Edard would go up. What's going on here?
Do not interrupt the show. She is connected. And you see that Venus's eyes have gone like jet black, and her head turns to look at you, and it says, "Ah, there's a familiar one. Have you come to play? Give us what we want? Or did you come for something else?" And she starts to like rope her own arm. And Ernesto's just like, "That is time." And the guy starts to pull, and Ernesto pulls back, and it's like she's not letting go of the hand. And the man has to use all his strength to finally pull her free. And when she pulls out of it, she's like, "Ah, yes." Blows out the candle. "Are you okay? Are you okay? Did you feel it?" And she's like, "That was incredible. Ah. What are you doing here?"
I was just making sure nothing was going on
The
here.
big guy like takes her head and looks her over. "She's good. She's fine." "Ah, yes, you've experienced it. All of you have experienced it. Isn't it not refreshing? Now, is there anything else I can give you?" And you see that she kind of reaches out and takes his hand again, and he's like kind of looking offended by this and pulls away. And she's like, "I have to do it again. Please. That was incredible. I'm afraid that we must reduce it to once for a while. Let's take a break, okay? Have some water, refresh yourself." And she's like, No. It's unlike anything I've ever felt before. "Will you be here long?" "I will be here for a while. Please, take rest. I promise, I will do it again. No charge." And Sandy, like, kind of, like, looks over at you, and she goes, "What's your problem?"
It's your problem.
"Well, she's not yours anymore." And she takes Venus by the arm and she pulls her off, and like they get up and walk away. Ernesto kind of clearing up his space. Yes, you want to take this and go ahead and put it away for me?" "Yes." Puts on his gloves.
So what was that?
"Don't I know you? You're the second person I've run into in this place that I have a tinge of memory for."
I bought Queenie off you.
The worst thing I ever did. In the beginning of all my troubles. I lost everyone after that. No one wanted to work for me because the circus wasn't making money, and without the griffins, we had nothing. So
I mean,
keep
that
that in
kind
mind.
of tends to happen when you mistreat your animals.
It was not your business. It was mine. And they had happy lives. Now they're out flying, eaten by giants. Find their corpses sometimes on the road. Did yours die too?
Oh, she's still here. Flies around.
Blessed for that. At least it's something good. You're not willing to sell her back, are you?
No, not a chance.
Not even if I paid triple.
No.
I see. Well, if we are done with the investigation...
Tell me about your hand.
My hand? It's a magical one now. Perhaps there is someone you would like to see. Maybe you're after the high that it gives everyone who comes in contact with it.
Before he gloved it, was there anything on his hand at all? Like,
Nope, no
just
sigils.
plain old hand,
Nope.
no tattoos, nothing.
While this exchange is happening, Fenrir, you're approaching the home.
Yep.
Make a perception check.
That is a natural 1. Oh, wait, hang on. I'm going to fix that. That's a 15.
Okay. So with a 15, you kind of peer through one of the windows at the front of the house, right?
Mm-hmm.
And from here, you don't see much in the living space that's there, right? You kind of make out a set of stairs going up to a second floor. And there's a door to the left of the stairs that seems to be hanging open.
There's no noise.
Hmm?
There's no noise, nothing.
Nothing that you can hear.
Yeah. I'm sorry. No, go on with the description.
It's a very simple home, nothing too elaborate.
Hello?
Hello?
No.
Oh. My bad.
Checking 1 2. Checking 1 2.
Yeah,
Anybody in the
no.
house?
Calling out, you do not hear anybody respond to you.
He's gonna go up to the that door.
All right. As you reach the door, you touch the handle, and you see that it opens with no problem.
Okay. Hello? Anybody here?
Looking into the home, you see that none of the lanterns have been lit. There's no movement. You can kind of make out down the hallway that there's a small kitchen area near the back. And looking up towards the top of the stairs, you see that it turns left and there's another room up there.
Gonna head up gonna peer into the kitchen first and then head up the stairs.
So, peering into the kitchen, you see that the place is well kept. The table, there's like a couple of mats laid down. The tabletops themselves look like they were wiped down the day before. Whoever owns the home takes very good care of it, despite it being smaller than most of the other homes.
Nothing seems out of place.
Not in the kitchen.
Okay.
As you would
Gonna
cross
head up.
back, there's a door to your right. That's the one that was slightly open that you saw.
Oh, I thought I opened that one already.
You can go into that one now. It was already hanging open, but it's like toward the kitchen.
Gonna kind of from like peering into the kitchen, turn, walk down the hallway, and he's gonna stop and like look at the door that's open to his right now. And he's gonna kind of like lean into it, just pushing it open slightly.
So, as you do this, LaFay, are you still at the crime scene?
Yeah, she's still like investigating.
What are you looking for exactly?
Also, like what happened and like who the suspects and like who the suspects are.
Yeah, I mean, like, there's the two bodies, which at this point they're now starting to like lift up and carry off onto some horse carriages. The enforcers are kind of like looking over the scene, and they have all the tools laid out in front of them, and they're like taking notes and stuff like that before dropping them into some bags.
She's gonna go over to them.
One of them looks up at you, and she looks younger than most of the others there, and her hair's like tied back real tight, and she has this like stern look on her face, and she's just like, "What do you make of it?"
What's happened here?
She looks around. Someone was killed. 2 people. That's what happened.
Do you know their names?
Well, there was Fred the butcher, and there was George. We called him Fruit Guy.
Is there any witnesses, perhaps, to what happened?
There's just the people who've told us what happened. Fred wasn't himself. George checked in on him, and then Fred lost it and killed George before killing himself. There was a mention that the night prior, Fred had gone out to the lake and then was seen at the tavern. just across the way there. And like to the north side of the courtyard is that tavern that everybody always goes to.
She's gonna like look at the weapons. Is there anything that she might have like maybe noticed?
It just seems like butcher's tools to you. Nothing really sticks out significantly.
Gotcha. All right. Thank you. I will be going.
And are you going to the tavern?
Yeah.
Where are you going? Okay.
You're just going to the tavern.
Edard, in conversation with Ernesto. He looks at you and he's like, "Did you want to try it?"
Can I do an insight check on him?
Sure.
The natural one, so no, I don't notice anything about this guy. He's a perfectly normal con man. Perhaps another time, but I'm gonna request that you just refrain from doing this anywhere near here.
I mostly keep it to the ones who are old enough. I don't try to mess with anyone who does not want to participate. It's all for show, of course. And he like gathers the rest of his things. And he goes, "I am happy to know that the old bird is okay."
Dude,
What's that do?
I can basically sense any good or evil, like fiendish, celestial, like fey, it's all stuff like that. Really. Sorry, not fey, but undead. So it's anything celestial, fiendish, or undead that I can detect.
Okay. So you cast this on him? So
And I can pick that up from everything within a 60-foot radius, by the way.
okay. So as you cast this, you suddenly like feel that isolated cold feeling you had when you've seen all the spirits every time you've like had those flashes. And when you look at Ernesto, it seems like he has multitudes of faces all blended with his. And each one looks like more horrified than the next.
We'll talk another time. Just please don't do that anywhere here anymore.
Of course. You run the grounds, and I have to respect it. Come now, Bulk. Let's go. And this big guy like kind of like crouches under the tent, looks at you one last time, and follows after Ernesto.
I look at Bulk and just do the same thing as he does it.
And you see them head off into town.
I guess I'll head up to the crime scene to see what's going on now. Also, do I recognize the Sadie girl at all from Unlock or anything?
No. Fenrir, as you push your way into the room, you peer over and you see that against the wall, there's like a small twin-size bed. And on the opposite side, there's a double-door closet. There's a couple of toys that lay at the bottom of the bed as well, kind of scattered about as if somebody had just kicked them all over the place.
Hello?
Yeah. Oh. He did it again. He did it again! It goes so quiet, and then all I hear is hello, and I'm like checking to see if the sound is good.
You played yourself.
I hate the sound. I hate dealing with the tech. Yeah. Nothing responds.
Gonna go over to the bed and like peer under it.
Peering under the bed, you see that there is like a stuffed toy, looks like a bunny rabbit, just within reach.
Oh wow.
And then next to it is like a wooden sword. It looks like someone or something had taken a bite off of it.
He's gonna pull the bunny. You said it was a bunny.
Mm-hmm.
He's gonna take a look at it, and where's this chunk missing out of it? Like the ear?
No, so there's two things under the bed. There's the stuffed bunny, which, from what you can tell, is like the back of its head under the bed, right? So you're peering under, you see that, and then next to it there's a wooden sword, and like near the tip of the blade, it looks like somebody bit it, and there's still like scars and like little drips of blood coming off of it. And if you were to take the bunny and slide it out, you turn it and you see that it has a streak of blood going across it as well.
He's gonna grab the bunny and this wooden sword, and kind of like looking at these things in his hand. He's gonna look to the closet. If someone's in there, I'm not here to hurt you. Sounds pretty cool.
Roll persuasion.
That is a natural 18.
You hear a small voice come from the other side, and it says, "Is it gone?"
Gone?
My dad.
There's nobody here from what it sounds like. It's just me.
You gonna hurt me too?
No.
I can't come out.
Why?
I'm scared. I know I should have been up already. I should be outside with my friends, but I don't know if Mom's okay.
Where's her room at? I'll go check on her.
She's upstairs.
He walks over to the closet door. Here. He's gonna kind of like reach the handle of the wooden sword to the kid.
Like set it against the door?
Yeah, like for him to take it.
He kind of just stays quiet as you do this. And like you can almost feel him watching you as you leave the room. I assume you're gonna head upstairs now.
Yeah. I'm gonna close the that door. So if anything I can hear it if it opens back up.
So closing the door, you turn your attention to the stairs and you start to make your way up. At the tavern, LeFay comes in and you're looking around And you can see Lewis on the table, like on the bar, just kind of leaned up against the wall. He sees you and he's just like, "What can I get for you? How about a drink?" Imagine it's tough to have to see all that. And he starts to pour you a drink.
Maybe just one. Have you seen anybody suspicious before the killing?
You have to be a little more specific. If you're asking me if I saw a suspicious murderer type person, they seem to walk in here all the time. They're also called workers here, or just big ugly guys. Then again, I'm a gnome, so everybody's kind of ugly to me.
Feels like a little laugh.
He sets the mug down in front of you. Although, go ahead and roll a persuasion.
And that is 18.
He's like thinking on it, and you're maybe taking a sip, and you're just like, there's got to be something that sticks out. And he goes,
LaFay, that was persuasion, not perception.
yeah, persuasion.
Oh, jeez. Thank you. Sorry. 19.
Yeah, he's like trying to think, and you're like kind of encouraging him, and then he's like, well, I mean, there was a lot of people, and I remember seeing you along with your two other friends, right?
Yeah, we were here.
Remember that guy by the window? Really odd fella, multicolored clothes, nice curly hair. He's doing the hand thing.
Ernesto?
Yeah, that guy. I didn't really get to sit with him or see what he was up to. I thought he was just like a magician or something. Did you see what he was doing?
I've had quite an experience. She takes like another sip.
Yeah, well, I think I remember seeing Fred there at one point with a bunch of the other guys that work out in the field. Maybe if you find this Ernesto guy or some of his friends, maybe they'll be able to tell you a little more.
She gives him a smile and gives him 20 gold. Thank you.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Pushes the gold back at you.
She like hesitates for a moment. She just grabs it. She leaves like a couple.
Nothing helps like some beer to mourn after a death.
She gotta chug it.
Yes, perfect for an investigation.
Edo,
She gonna
you
chug
start
it and then
to approach the courtyard. And you can see that some people are kind of like dispersing from the courtyard itself. And you notice that between the crowd, there's these guys in all black with the orange stripes going down their side and a Dungeon Initiative sigil on their chest.
That's the new thing to me, right?
Yeah, it's completely new to you.
Okay.
It's new to all of you, really.
Huh. Who's in charge here?
One of the people like turns to look at you as you say this, and then they look back and they call over one of their members. I had the name here. The person with the comb over and the shaved side of their head. They come up and they said, "My name's Tomas. Another initiative member. Stormbane."
Yeah. I'm assuming you've already talked to others before me.
I think Fenrir and LaFay. LaFay's actually in the tavern right now. Fenrir went to go check the house of the victim. Or at least one of the victims.
Who was the other one?
George. Our fruit guy.
Did they seem to have an argument before any of this happened?
No one said that there was an argument. There was an exchange of words because Fred wasn't being himself. They said that he didn't even bring out the meats to the stands or greet anybody. He was just kind of standing there. George had gone over to check on him, and then not even a second later, Fred took an axe to his head and then bludgeoned himself.
Does that sound familiar to me? Does that sound familiar to me at all?
You might have some people being out of go ahead and do a history check with advantage because it is something very familiar to you.
Eddard the Ghostbuster.
17.
So with the 17, you kind of remember the few times you've seen people get possessed, how they just become erratic and you can't reason with them and they just start attacking each other or hurting themselves. Especially remembering David.
Can I see the body?
Well, they've taken them off to our morgue. We could head there if you want to come with us.
Where'd you say Fred came from before you got over here?
Fred was apparently home. The night before, they said that he was at the lake. And then after, there's some reports saying that he was with some friends at the tavern. Like I said, LaFay's there. Maybe she found out something too.
All right. Thank you. I'll look into this. Eddard's gonna start. I'm assuming the tavern's toward the house.
Yeah.
So yeah, he'll start making his way toward the house, and I guess make the stop at the tavern if LaFay is still in there.
Okay, so you're headed to the tavern?
Yeah, essentially, yeah.
Okay. So you start to head over there. Fenrir, going up the stairs. You reach the door to the room. And when you go to check the doorknob, you notice that it's locked from the inside.
He's gonna knock first. Hello?
You hear like a...
Kick in the door.
You kick the door, it breaks off the hinges. And when you step into the room, you see that it's a little bit larger than the one downstairs. And the bed sits to the left, and you see that the mother has been tied to the bed, and it's like she's been flayed. From the neck down. And she's looking up at you, and she's like, "Help me."
Let's see, do I have anything with me? I should have something. Going to untie her first. And give her my potion of supreme healing.
As you give her this, you see her wounds start to slowly heal across her body, and she's like gasping for air. She like grabs and clutches at your neck, and she's like, "My husband, my son, where are they?"
Your son's okay. He's downstairs.
Thank the
He was hiding. Your husband, that was Fred?
Lord. That wasn't my husband. There was something inside him. I saw it.
Oh, see, shit. Sorry. Sneezing. Okay. Are those guards coming up?
If you wanted to get like a view of them coming up, or you can try to do a perception check from there. Are you just trying to like meet up with them?
Yeah, I'm gonna kind of like put a. She's clothed, I assumed.
No, she's been stripped down and she was flayed.
Okay, I'm going to put a blanket over her, like wrap her up, and proceed to go back and get the kid, telling him, I got your mom. We're going to go to some people that can keep you safe. It'll be okay.
The kid starts to kind of push the door open, and you notice that the sword was gone when you got there. And when he comes out, he's like holding the sword in his hand. And he looks up, and are you holding the blanket? Right?
Yeah. I got her in my arms.
What's wrong with her?
She's hurt, but it's gonna be okay. All right.
What do we do?
Come on.
And he like follows you out, and it's kind of as you get outside, you see the soldiers rounding the corner, and they see you coming out of the house, and some of them immediately run over to help you. They're just looking over, and they're just like, we need a carriage, come on, pull one up. And they start to basically set up like this, it's almost like a cottage, like a cot, but with no legs. And they lay her across that, and they tie that to the horse. And then one of the guys lifts it up from the back, and they start to move towards the center of town with her. The boy, kind of like lingering behind, looks over at you, Fenrir.
He's gonna hand the bunny over. He still had the bunny.
He like takes the bunny, and then he throws the bunny on the ground. You're supposed to protect me. Thank you.
Okay. You're a brave kid. Keep your mom safe, okay?
Okay.
By the end of this campaign, we're going to adopt so many orphan children.
The kid takes off after the group of soldiers. One of the guys like stays behind, and he's looking up at you, Fen. And this guy, he's got like blonde hair, shaved on the sides, and he's got like little spectacles on. And he looks over at the house, looks up at you. Hell of a first day.
Kind of like looks down at him. Yeah, I kind of noticed. I've never seen you guys around before.
We've been around for a little while. Don't you remember commissioning us?
We've had kind of an interesting week. I may have forgotten a few things.
That's a pretty interesting thing to forget.
Yeah, there's a lot of interesting things I tend trying to remember right now.
What happened in there?
I think the husband, for what it sounds like, definitely wasn't her husband. Maybe possession. I hear that's kind of common in this area.
It's possible. We've put a lot of protections on the town to keep the spirits out or anything evil, but I guess we can't cover everything. Any idea what we're looking for here?
If Fred's dead, the corpse itself, if still... Thinking about that now, where's the morgue? Or, sorry. Are the bodies still at the scene?
They must have been moved by now, honestly. They're probably working to clear up and take down any last notes that they have on the place.
Where's the morgue that you're taking them to?
Just west of the town. I can take you there now.
Do that just in case. Let's go.
And he like takes you off to the morgue. Zoe and Hugh, in this time enjoying breakfast with Ona. She's kind of looking over at like the other plates on the table. And she looks over at Zoe and just kind of, I guess we can just eat now. Hugh probably already haven't started to eat.
I waited. No, it wouldn't be that big of an ass.
Well, then all of you are waiting at the table. The front door comes open, and Folkvar and Xenagos enter. And you see the two of them, Zoe. They're both just... Oh, that's a good one, that's a good one. There was this other time that I took this guy, and like we had to throw him off the side of the cliff into the camp. So we cast this invisibility on him, and then a feather fall. He got in, but let's just say the entire camp was just all on his ass. We had to bust him out. And Xenagos is just like, what about these times when we used to flip? Looks over at Ona. Oh, not a story for kids.
Zoe just smiles at them. Welcome home, you two. Would you like something to eat?
That would be magnificent, says Xenagos as he sits down at the table. And he reaches into his pocket and he pulls out like these crumpled daisies and he offers it to you.
Oh my god. She takes them and smiles.
They are
How'd you
pretty.
know
They are
daisies?
pretty, are they not?
He says with Riz.
They are pretty. I
Yeah,
actually love daisies.
And he gives some to Ona as well. And then he looks, you notice he looks at Folkvar and he goes like this. And Folkvar also just kind of goes.
He's so cute. She goes ahead and serves like the omelets and the potatoes that Oda made, and places them in front of Folkvar and Xenagos.
And they start to dig in. Ona is just kind of like watching them dig in, and she looks over at you and she's like, "But we're not breaking into the pie until everyone's home."
That's perfectly fine.
Folkvar and Xenagos stop. There's pie.
When everybody's home.
Zoe, make a perception check.
No. Give me 1 second. Sorry about that.
You're good.
Dungeons and Dragons. What do you want? Why does he always do this to me? You said perception, right?
Mm-hmm.
Natural 20 with a 25.
25?
25.
So, with a 25, you're having a great time with, everybody here at the home, right? And you kind of like lean back, throw the rag over your shoulder, and then when you look out the window, you can see like out through the forest towards like where the road is, headed south of the town. You see that there's somebody who like stumbles through the woods. They stop midway when they look at the house, and then they turn around and they start running the opposite way. And you notice that like when they turn, they kind of like bump into some trees, almost like they don't see them there.
She's gonna look towards Xenagos and Folkmore. Would you two do me a favor and keep an eye on the house?
Folkvar and Xenagos kind of raise eyebrows, look at each other, and then back at you. What do you mean? Where are you going?
I saw something and I want to go check it out. I'll have the wolves with me.
Xenagos stands up. Are you sure? You went quiet.
No. She's enjoying how Xenagos is adorable right now.
Is Xenagos reformed?
I love him. She looks at him. I guess you could join me if you'd like.
Fantastic. He picks up his plate.
Oh my god. She
throws
looks
throws the dish across the kitchen into the dish rack.
I swear if that broke, I would literally... Okay. Everything's fine. Everything will be fine. I can remake them. She looks towards the wolves. You three are coming with me, and when we're back, you will get more food.
Alright. Xenagos, leading the charge, heads out the door, opening it for you, and then closing it behind you guys. And then you guys journey off in the direction of where that man ran, right?
Yep.
And we're going to go ahead and take a quick break.
Ooh.
Also, I had a request to maybe not go too long tonight. So we might be ending, what, 1 o'clock, 12 o'clock?
I'm
12.
okay with this.
And that's only because we got a storm brewing in, and Edward doesn't want to have to drive home in it, okay?
Well, I mean,
Oh, that's perfectly
No,
understandable.
yeah, that's why I was mentioning that earlier. Is like if there's anything, just if you make it someplace,
Yeah.
stay there if it gets too bad.
We saw how the storm was from our window, and that was heavy
You got
and terrifying.
you got 2 storms coming in. You got the tropical storm in the Gulf, and then you got the hurricane on the east coast of Florida coming in. So
Yeah, we'll be fine though. You know, it's just typical
it's
Florida
Florida.
It's Florida.
stuff. It's Florida stuff.
Yeah, this is normal.
All right, guys, 15-minute break, and then we'll be right back.
We don't worry about it unless
Waffle House
closes.
What?
We don't worry about it unless Waffle House closes.
Exactly. Yes. When Waffle House closes, that is when we should worry.
All right, and I have one next to me, so I can check. I'll be like, I'll run over. We're good. All right, guys, we'll be right back.
Bye. Hello. Huh?
I made food.
Oh,
I made food.
food, glorious food. Food. Here, try it.
Hi. I made food. Let's bake some.
I start my new job tomorrow. At 7. Yeah. Yeah, in the morning. So it's like, ugh. What is that? What are you eating?
Huh?
What you eating? What are you eating?
Me?
Both of you.
Biscuits, eggs, and bacon.
Nice.
I made homemade sourdough biscuits.
Ooh. What are you eating, Ethan?
I don't know what your friend's eating.
Looks like a chocolate. Toaster tarts? What is that? Oh.
Organic is good for you. Damn it.
Is there gluten in it?
I don't know if there's gluten in organic Pop-Tarts. But gluten's not bad for you, so.
No, it's really not. I was just wondering if there was gluten or not, because I think most organic stuff doesn't.
Is that
have
non-dairy, gluten-free?
It's possible.
And there goes the oil for
Hello, we're returned.
Most organic food doesn't have GMOs in it.
Ah.
Which is the growth hormone they give.
Yeah.
Oh
Yes.
yeah, I'm going back muting, bye.
I don't think you said
Oh,
it.
I'm feeling better though, guys. Yay.
Good. Are you
Do you-
drinking water?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
You-
drinking water right now with my food.
Good.
Now just make sure to drink 1 glass of whiskey before going to bed. It helps. It's not really alcoholic rule. It's like sometimes if I'm having trouble sleeping, I'll just drink some rum, and that helps me out.
Hugh, yeah, me drinking a glass of whiskey is like someone imbibing like 3 gallons of whiskey and it would kill me.
Ah, okay.
That was Eddard, not you.
Oh, god damn it. I mean, Eddard. Sorry. I wasn't looking at my screen.
Only assuming that Hugh is the only drinker here.
Well, I heard alcohol and I instantly thought of Hugh.
I mean, I don't blame her.
Or does he?
No.
Dun dun dun.
We are back.
So this one time at band camp.
Hey, Hugh. Hey, Hugh. Is Hugh not back yet? Did Hugh go along with you, Zoe?
No, I didn't invite him. Because I didn't know what he wanted to do.
Okay.
It was just me and Xenagos and the 3 dogs.
Okay. Did he even here yet? Like, let's see.
I have no idea.
You.
Probably not.
Oh no.
Well, okay.
I don't know what you yell at me for. I've been here the entire time.
That's what I was
I had a
asking.
cliff.
I was asking, did you watch Zoe leave and just stay at the house, or did you want to go after her and see what they're doing? She went off with
I'll go
Xenagos
with
and the 3 wolves.
I'll go with them.
Okay.
Because,
Yeah.
you know, I've just been sitting at home doing nothing the entire time, so I guess I'll go. Oh, it's so hot. I'm laying in sweat.
I don't think you'd mentioned to them exactly what was going on, right? You just kind of decided that you're gonna go.
She's actually gonna let Hugh know about and Xenagos about Brian coming by earlier and letting her know about the body they found.
Passing on that knowledge and then passing on the knowledge of seeing a person out in the middle of the woods.
That too.
So a dead man in town, an odd man out in the woods. Do we have a suspect, you believe? Are we about to catch a criminal?
Don't catch criminals, we murdered them.
What?
What?
Oh my god, both of you.
Who said that?
Yeah, definitely. Who said
Is
that?
that really what you
Who said
abide
that?
by? Do you just kill people?
No!
Well, if they're, I mean, I do. I kill people.
Oy.
Well, that's what I get paid for.
She's just gonna shake her head and just keep walking. We're just going to find out who killed this person, or if it was a suicide.
So,
And just go
so what you're
on.
telling me is I can murder... So you're telling me not to murder them, but I can potentially cripple? Yes.
Cripple, yes. Take
I
out
didn't hear
their
no.
ankle. Maybe bust their knee in the
Ankle.
process.
Yes. Pain and suffering.
Yes. We could. Looking at
Blood
Zoe's
for the blood
reaction.
gods.
Looking at Zoe's reactions, Xenagos is like,
She's just gonna sigh. Now I
Blood
see
for the
why
blood.
you're best friends with Fenrir.
Skulls for the skull throw.
Oh my god.
You have a throne. How
Of
come I've not
course, it's
seen
full
your
of skull.
throne?
Because window liquor keeps taking all my skulls out of it, and hiding them. I would have his skull too, as a point to Xenagos, but they spared him.
Zoe, make a perception check.
Okay. My phone, please, just open it, thank you.
25 insight, Hugh. Xenagos gets a feeling that you don't like him very much.
No. No, I did not. I tolerate him.
Yeah, everybody had an inspiration of the recent thing.
I didn't know I had inspiration.
Yeah, I believe Effie gave everybody inspiration because of movie night.
Okay, so inspiration.
It is real.
I know. Reroll. Perception. Yeah, even better. Woohoo.
That is better.
11.
You can kind of catch the trail of the person that you saw. And it's headed further south now.
Is it heading away from the,
It's heading away from town and from the home.
Okay. She starts to follow those tracks. That's odd. Normally they would be running back towards the town, but I'm wondering if they're actually running away from something.
So does that mean we can murder something?
Oh my
Yes.
god. Maybe.
Most likely.
Only if it provokes you.
Everything provokes me.
Of course. Of course.
I want to try out my new hammer.
Okay.
You guys pushing on, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead and turn off this music here. There we go. As you guys press forward, you see that the trail kind of crosses over the main road. And at one point you just see the man as he like looks back at you guys. Kind of looks like he's gonna run down the road, going further south, and then he dips east into the woods instead. The man stands about 6'3", dark skin and very, very short hair. No facial hair or anything like that. But he books it into the woods. Xenagos kind of getting excited. He's like, "Let's set the wolves out there. I'll go with them, keep them safe." And like he starts running off towards the guy.
She looks towards the wolves. Follow after him. And how when you are near that man?
So they take off, moving their full movement and then doubling, eventually crossing the road and into the woods. You and Hugh are left there, kind of moving in after. At this time, it would currently be around 11 a.m. So the sun's up in the sky, the woods kind of feel hot, dense. I just like to picture, I like picturing Hugh and Zoe just standing there.
Well, Zoe's actually going to be following, but like at her like normal speed at this moment.
Okay.
Not like running, because one, Hugh, obviously why?
Run.
I can run. Okay. But she will be like following after at her own speed right now.
Okay.
Just not like Xenagos that's like, I'm ready for adventure.
Yeah, Xenagos took off, and you slowly start to lose sight of him as he's peeling away. The wolves surrounding him and kind of dipping in to cover him. You're kind of crossing onto the road, Hugh just at your heel, when you hear the dire wolves crying out.
Alright. It seems that they caught up.
So,
And she starts to run.
Okay, and then Hugh?
She's full sprinting.
I'll just make my way there.
Alright.
Just a
Time.
dwarf, you know, just like lumbering over.
Zoe, you eventually arrive at a scene. Very dense part of the forest, a lot of trees. The guy is standing in the middle of the three wolves that are kind of circling around him, snarling and keeping him there. Xenagos is like opposite to you, and he seems to have like a flame in his hand, and he's just like, "Ah, yes, shall we burn him to a crisp? Maybe take away one of his hands."
No.
What were you doing there? Our home!
Oh my god. Just
Talk to him! Talk to him!
First instinct when they meet us.
Xenagos, calm down.
He looks at the scared man who's like looking over at you now, and Xenagos is just like, "You think I'm bad? Imagine it." Then he looks at you and he's just like kind of egging you on, like.
Zoe just like, you just like stares at him like, what is wrong with you right now? Hold on.
This is investigation, isn't it?
She's gonna go ahead and shift into her form. And this fiery cloak just forms on her. As she looks at him. Now tell me, why were you running away? And why were you near our home?
I just gotta get out of the town.
Why?
Roll persuasion.
With advantage?
13.
Because you have Xenagos, yes. Go ahead and take advantage.
Okay, cool. 16.
What is it?
16.
16.
So the man like focuses on you, and not letting his guard down, he's just like, my friend's dead, and I think it might be my fault.
Let's calm down a little bit. Why would it be your fault?
He just needed to be with the guys last night. You know what I mean? So we took him to the tavern. Had a couple drinks. There was that guy with the hand, the magic guy. I felt weird about it. Watched everybody else go, and then when I took my turn, I don't see what everybody's so excited about. I didn't see nothing good. I didn't see no family of mine. All I saw was dead faces.
I see.
I didn't want to
Say
know.
hand guy.
I didn't want to know what came after.
How about you come and relax at our place, and we can talk.
No. It's too close. It's too close to the town.
Are you being chased by someone? Is that why you're running?
Roll a insight on him.
Bet.
14.
You try to like get a read on him and his expressions to what you just asked, and he seems just like a scared man. Nothing really like giving away that there's something there. And he just starts to kind of back away from you and Xenagos. The wolves kind of like tensing up around him. And he's just like, please, just let me go. And then Hugh, you start to kind of like show up.
Okay, I'm here now. Well, because I don't know what just happened, I'm gonna try and intimidate him.
Oh my god. Actually, you know what? I'm fine with that right now.
Not very good intimidation. I'm out of breath.
You're basically just like hunched over, staring at it, like, don't you dare move.
Since Xenagos,
I'm gonna get my breath.
since
I'm gonna get you.
Since Xenagos is still there, kind of playing the intimidation cop as well, you can also have advantage on this too.
Okay, then I'm gonna roll that.
Just like, reach his hand out, give me a second.
21. Alright, I got my breath back. Listen here, buddy.
You disturb, like, our bro.
He sees you coming, and then like his back to Xenagos, he knows he's there. Looks back at you as you approach, and what are you saying to him?
What's going on here? What's going on in here?
How'd you roll intimidation, and then you're gonna say, "What's going on here"?
Cause okay, it's like, okay, let me rephrase that. Tell me what I want to know, or bad things will happen to you. Do you like your kneecap?
I just
like your
told
feet?
her. I just told her everything I remember. Okay. We took our friend.
Was I here?
We took our friend to a tavern last night, and there was an odd man with the hand. I didn't want to fuck with it anymore past the talk to me part. But
I know that hand guy. He did He did it with Faye before some other dude was in front of him. I think we should go to the tavern and talk to a buddy old pal, whatever.
Wait, you talking about that elven girl, right?
Yeah, yeah, she's one of our friends.
Is she doing okay?
By the looks of it, I haven't seen her really since. Why?
You gotta find that guy. Don't let him touch nobody. Nobody should be playing none of these games.
I knew something was off about him.
Maybe he doesn't even
All
know
right.
what's going on. Or how
No.
it's really affecting everybody. He just thinks it's fun. We all thought it was just some fun, but I knew. It's just no good.
Well, get out of here. I'll go deal with him. You good? Be going.
You gonna let me go?
Yeah.
Zoe
Yeah.
nodded. Yeah, that's... With what's going on, it might be safer for you. But here, take this with you. And she pulls out, she reaches into her, like, kimono and pulls out, like, a little bag and hands it to him. These are herbs that are really good for sleep. If you want to be able to sleep and not have those dreams bothering you.
I had a feeling when I went home that we just messed with something we shouldn't have. And the look on Fred's face, I knew I should have asked him.
You would remember Fred because you bought a lot of the meat from him.
She looks at him. Wait.
That's who his name was.
And
You mean-
and Hugh, you also know who this is.
Yep. Vaguely know. But
You
no.
mean the butcher, correct?
That's the one. He's a good man. Everybody liked him. And then I heard this morning what had happened. I went to the town. And I just couldn't believe it was him. If anybody else came in touch with that hand, ask them if they blew out the candle when they were done.
Wait a second. What's the memory thing or whatever? To try and recall for stuff.
History.
Would it be history? Alright, I'm gonna roll history.
It would be history, right? To remember?
Okay, I don't remember him not blowing out the candle when you took over with Wolfay. Okay. There's something about a candle. What was it again?
You gotta
I
blow
don't
it out
know.
before a minute goes
Zoe looks to the wolves. Stand down.
They stand down, kind of like resting back. Bullet and Crag not taking their eyes off the man, but kind of like, relaxing their muscles. Window Licker, on the other hand, as soon as you say relax, like falls over on his back and just starts rubbing himself on the grass.
Oh my god. You better be glad that you're just a precious dog right now. But she looks at the man. Thank you for letting us know. And I'm sorry that we ended up having to chase you down, though. But you did look a little bit suspicious to me.
I know. I didn't want to stay on the road for too long. I know how it looks. Figured I'd
you
just
got
stay with
money
some
with you?
friends. Yeah. I got some money.
Here,
Right.
take an extra 50 gold for your travels.
And be safe.
Thank you. I didn't mean to run like that. I just, again, I didn't want to be around people.
You were afraid. It was understandable.
I gave
But
my
please-
rapport as best I could, but I hope you guys figure out a way to stop this.
We will. And take care, okay?
Thank you. And he starts to walk off on his own and head south from the town, leaving you guys there.
She looks to Hugh and then to Xenagos. We should find the others.
I suspect they're probably already looking into this. They did leave much earlier. Perhaps that's why they didn't join us for that fantastic breakfast owner made. Come, wolves.
She
We're on the hunt. And like he starts hopping off in like toward the town.
Why is he adorable?
He knew who made the breakfast.
It's the fact he knew who made the breakfast. So Zoe's just like staring at Xenagos. You were able to tell who made the breakfast?
It was just the smile on her face, and then yours looked very proud.
She did. I really am proud of her. She did really well, and she is definitely getting more candy.
I too enjoy the candy. Perhaps we can all go to the shop together.
Of
In
course.
the background, just like, wait.
Edward's like, I swear, she better not be doing it again.
Father senses tingling.
Sense a presence in the candy force.
Edard just stops. My chest here is tingling. Something's wrong. Starts backflipping and just runs over.
Just
Zoe!
use the
Instead
sword
of
from
Blackwood.
Just use the sword. Yes. Feed into it. Feed into the dark chocolate.
But
All right.
she looks at them. We might as well head towards the city then. Well, the town.
Onward then.
City?
Together.
Town.
And like
Oh,
he
goodness.
grabs your hand, Zoe, and like he just like charges forth with the wolves
Okay.
surrounding you guys. Hugh, you're just like walking behind them.
Like, what is wrong with this child?
Window licker like turns back and like comes to like stand next to you.
Well, he's big enough where he could carry me. Just mount on him.
Actually, yeah.
Become my steed.
Yeah, you mount them, and I mean like dire wolves can are big enough to carry like orcs, so why not? So you hop on, you hop on Window Licker, and at first he's like kind of like thrashing around a little bit, like overexcited. Give him give us an animal handling, and do it with advantage because you've been around these wolves for a little while.
23 and a 14. So yeah, 23.
So yeah, with a 23, you manage to kind of like calm him down, giving him the right scratches behind the ears, and then finally finding like the right grip, and then he like straightens out and he just takes off after the others.
Holy shit, Hugh! You actually had a high roll.
Good
That
job.
was a solid roll.
I'm also +5 proficient in animal handling, so
Nice.
As Hugh takes off after the others, he starts to kind of pick up, and Zoe, you can hear Window Licker behind you just going, best friend, best friend, best friend, best friend, and he zooms by even Bullet, and Bullet like is running. He's just like, what the hell?
what the hell is even that?
And she's just gonna
I am
a Bullet.
speed.
I guess someone else is fast. Are you gonna take that challenge?
Bullet like just looking up at you, it just starts pushing all his strength to just keep up with Window Licker, and they run ahead of you. And Crag is just like, I am above such petty nonsense.
Because you're slow.
And that is why you're the goodest boy right now.
For a moment, he kind of. No, good boy. You guys are fast approaching the southern gates. Fenrir, you went off to the morgue, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. It's kind of like tucked in this area of town where they have like all these like main markets. So like there's a trading area, there's a bank there, and just across from the bank is this place where they prep bodies, a morgue. Um, they point out that the graveyard is kept off to the west side of the initiative, and there's a plot of land there that they usually bury people there. You're led into this like stone building, and it has this very long archway as you guys walk in. It seems to go about 60 feet deep before you reach these double doors that they swing open, and inside there's like this half circular room. There's a main desk in the middle with a couple of like seating arrangements along the wall, and then there's two doors that lead off left and right. The person at the desk who meets you is standing around like 6'8", and their hair is slicked back, and she has dark skin and these very large spectacles, and she has this like kind of like drained look to her, and as she watches you and Tomas come in, Tomas is just like, Lorraine, I hope you are well today. And Lorraine just kind of inspects Fen. I imagine it'd be rather expensive to size your box.
He kind of like, he raises a brow at the comment. Huh.
Okay. What'd you say?
Nice to meet you. He like raises a brow at that comment. Nice to meet you too, I guess.
I am Lorraine. How may I help you? And yeah.
He looks over to Tomas. Go ahead.
We're hoping to have a look at the bodies that just came in. Fred, Arne, and George Cloud, correct? And Tomas agrees, and she points over to the door to her right. Please refrain from touching the bodies.
He kind of looks at Lorraine. Do you have a priest by any chance?
No.
Any clergymen nearby?
What was the question?
Any clergymen nearby?
We have some that work the grounds at the church. We have a couple
Could
now.
you possibly call for one?
Possibly. And she
That'd be...
goes off to an office behind her desk. Tomas, looking up at you, is just like, you think these bodies are possessed still?
Well, you gotta think about it. Does a possession end if the body dies?
I guess not. We haven't seen any movement from the bodies, though.
Well, I've only fought a few demons so far. They seem to be amongst the tricky sort. So laying low could be an option.
Lorraine comes back, and she says, I've sent word to the church next door. They'll send someone in.
Yeah. Thank you, Lorraine.
Of course. Your name again?
Fenrir.
Rather fine specimen, Fenrir.
Once again, like, stares at her for a second. Huh.
Tomas, looking at you and sensing the discomfort, he's like, come on, let's just go. And as he reaches the doors, he's like, she likes to size people up as they come in. She has this trick for figuring out their coffin size as soon as she sees them. It's really uncomfortable. And sure enough, go ahead.
Sounds like you've experienced this.
A few times. I've had to come in here and talk to her and a few other staff members. Mostly people who work with the bodies, and the other side's preserved for preparation and cremation. Here they just hold them. And
oh, sorry earlier. I couldn't recall fully, but I do remember now that I had mentioned to Kato that he should have some sort of form of guards or services of some kind around here, around the initiative. I just didn't realize it happened so quickly.
They've been here for some time.
Oh,
Were you looking for something specific, like specialty guards, maybe assign actual members? Most of
possibly?
us are just initiates who graduated. Can't cut it for the initiative itself, but we can be enforcers.
I wouldn't go as far as say enforcers. I feel like everybody has a place to play, a part to play in this place.
Well, luckily we haven't had any terrible incidents up until today. Mostly quiet around here, which is nice.
He
Hopefully
kind of, a bit in thought. He's like remembering back to a few things that had happened the previous night. Huh. There's one thing that I remember that's slightly off. Wonder if he's still in town.
Huh?
Wonder if he's still in town.
Who?
Some strange fellow at the bar last night. Guys were having some fun and games, and well, didn't look too fun.
There was mention of a hangout at the tavern. Specifics are a little vague. The room you guys are in consists of a series of doors, and one of the people working there, they ask you who it is you came to see, and they go to one of the doors and they lead you in. And in this room, you see that the beds are laid out, and it's particularly cold in this room. So stepping in, it's like an instant chill. And Tomas kind of like covers himself, and he's like, I forgot my damn sweater. And going over to the bodies, you see that George has like a stab wound at his back, and then another wound at his chest. And then Fred, his face looks like he just hacked away at himself. Tomas is like, that's awful. You ever seen something like this? I know you mentioned possessions and demons, and I'd heard about the things happen across the walls, but never this close.
Well, not too much. Well, he kind of like pats the black fur that's kind of around his waist. Did fight a hellhound once.
A hellhound?
Yeah, imagine a wolf, but more fire.
It's a strange world out there, isn't it?
Yeah. He kind of takes off the fur and like hands it to Tomas. You said you're cold?
Oh, you didn't have to do that.
It's quite warm.
I can tell. And like throws it on.
Still slightly. It's like still warm to the touch, like a previously lit fire kind of feeling.
That's nice. Thank you. What do we need the clergyman for? And we're going to go ahead and cut over to the town itself, where the tavern's at. Eddard, you get there as LaFay is heading out.
Faye.
Hey, Aaron.
Assuming you were following a lead here about the murders.
Yeah, it's very terrible for what happened for those two. But I do have a feeling that I might have a suspect.
Who are you thinking?
Well, I came over to the tavern to try to find some more clues, perhaps answers. And he mentioned about Ernesto. I hope you recall that name.
Ernesto is actually in town. I just ran into him a little while ago.
Well, apparently he's been messing with some kind of hand. And feel like maybe that could be the reason.
And to back up.
And also with Venus at the compound, she did seem to go through an experience after touched his hand. Almost addictive, really.
See, when I was at the tavern with Fenrir and Hugh yesterday, I did. She kind of like makes like the little um like don't get mad at me type face. I did kind of messed with it just to see what the hype was all about.
And what did you see?
Dead bodies. Felt like my whole body was being taken. That was until Hugh helped me out.
They're kind of saying they're taking in the information from it, and then something will just kind of hit him. And it's just like, as he starts remembering, like, what he saw when he cast Divine Sense around Ernesto. But we have to go find him right now if he's has anything to do with this then.
Yeah.
Or just gonna start trying to track down Ernesto,
So
sniffing
heading,
around everything, and
heading
Follow.
the direction that he might have gone.
Yeah.
Okay, so you kind of start heading north from the tavern.
Yeah, LaFay's gonna follow him.
he's gonna just try to sniff around, see if you can catch his scent at all.
You guys roll perception. Zoe, you roll perception. Hugh, you roll perception with advantage as well. Give me some rolls, people. Give me some rolls.
Is that in general everybody with advantage?
Just Zoe and Hugh, and then LaFay and Edard, just regular rolls.
17.
15.
18.
Solid. Hugh? 29. Okay, so with that perception check, all of you basically see each other. You guys are getting ready to head out of the tavern and go north when they come from the south end of the town. At this point, people have started to kind of like gather around their own little stalls. So most of them kind of looking over at the spot where Fred and George had died, and yeah, you guys see each other in the courtyard.
Just waiting to see if someone else.
Wait, who am I seeing again?
You
LaFay?
see Zoe and
You?
Hugh.
Okay. I'll call over to them. It's like, hey, you hear about the murder?
Xenagos be like, we heard a lot of things. Did you find the guilty verdict?
Yeah,
We
we did.
may have a lead.
Fixing that. But he was calling out you guys. You hear about the murder?
Zoe looks over to him. We definitely did hear, and as much as it hurts, we have to find out what caused it.
I'm gonna look at Zoe. We may have a lead.
We also know what they look like, but I'm hoping that we can actually find it together.
I know exactly who we're looking for.
Well, that works. Let's get going then.
All right.
Yeah, like did Edard catch his scent at all to try to better follow him?
Roll a perception check from here, with disadvantage. Mm-hmm.
Seven.
Wait, how is it disadvantage though?
Because you're still in the middle of town. You're trying to like,
I've been around.
but like it's also a range thing right now. Like you're trying to extend your senses out and smell or catch a whiff or anything, but he's a little further out than you think. Okay. So, while you guys take off to find the suspect, Fenrir,
Yup.
the local church had sent over a cleric, and they walk in and you see that they're wearing this blue and white chainmail. No cape or anything fancy, just like the plating itself over the shoulders. And then they look to you and you see that it's a dwarven woman with white hair. And she says, "My name is Jessie. You asked for a cleric?
Yeah.
What seems to be the issue?" She looks over at the body.
Um, he's looking at them. Not good with a divine sense or anything like that, but I think he was possessed.
You're
So-
checking to see if the vessel still has
Remnants,
anything attached.
maybe something still connecting him to whatever happened to him, you know?
So she leans over, holding her crest, and starts to make a prayer over the bodies. She does this one by one. At one point, her eyes opening and like they were like a kind of like this yellowish color, and she was just looking over the bodies, kind of expending her resources to examine them, turning their hands, looking over their skin, the wounds themselves. And when she finally concludes, she seems kind of drained, leaning against the table. And she looks up to you and she says, "If there was anything there, it's no longer. It's much more troublesome. It's as if the body was stripped of its soul. I can't even sense its memories."
Could someone be capable of doing that?
Maybe not someone. If they were invaded by something, upon his death they must have taken his soul. You must find the originator, the cause of all this.
Thank you. Can you... What's the word? You can consecrate the bodies, right?
Of course. If not me, it was going to be one of my men, one of my followers.
Your
Fellow
followers?
Rain will make arrangement. We have a church. Do you believe in Palo?
Like,
God.
The expression on his face goes from like curious to like narrow stared. Yeah, I guess you could say that.
In these dark times, we need a lord with light. Did you agree?
You close to him?
Since I first started to believe, my connection has always been strong.
He like thinking about it and remembering the whole previous thing that happened. Good.
Stop touching the messages then, just watch the video.
I'll
Don't touch it. Okay. Sorry.
I may not be a direct believer, but I do believe gods are out there.
If you ever find yourself with a lack of faith, or perhaps seeking a word of aid, you can come see us.
He smiles at the notion.
She like places
I'll keep that.
she places her hand on your head and says a prayer for you.
I'll keep that in mind. Do me a favor.
That's assuming you bent down when she held her dwarf hand up.
she's a dwarf, so I'd have to.
Yeah, you were polite about it, right?
Yeah. Based on some knowledge that I previously had here, can you have your other clergymen ready for something?
For?
I think somebody's doing this, or at least they're unintentionally doing it, and they don't know what they're doing. But having some holy people around would be very helpful against something that can deal with the undead, or maybe demons.
I shall speak to the authorities then, and spread the word that they may need our aid.
Okay. He looks to Tomas. Are you? He like thinks about it. Are you the leader of the initiatives? I don't even know what to call you guys.
It's just a lead investigator.
All right. As soon as she can
We're
get
still
them
working
ready,
on the rankings.
as soon as she can get some of her clergy ready, have at least a good amount of protectors for each one of them.
I'm sure Kato wouldn't mind getting that organized. And perhaps you and
And,
I can go visit the initiative together, Cleric Jessie. And she thinks it over and then just agrees to it. Where will you go now, Fen?
Well, I'm pretty good at running into things that I shouldn't run into, so at this point, been to the south. This is the west side, correct?
Yes.
I haven't been to the north end yet.
Further north end, you have the initiative school, and then if we have past that, just a couple other homes leading up to the northern wall.
Anything beyond the northern wall by any chance?
No, unless you're headed to the Elven City or the Feywild. It's a couple days away,
Thank
though.
you.
Till we meet again, sir.
Of course.
Tomas offers a hand.
He shakes it.
Tomas and Jesse leave. Lorraine kind of like steps into the door frame, watches them go out, turns back to you. I did it.
He stares. Thank you. I guess? Or were you talking about that?
What are
What are you
saying?
referencing?
was referencing. I know exactly what size your coffin's gonna be.
Oh, God. It's like his size.
Do you have a plan yet?
Well, considering I might know what the source of everything is, I'm gonna definitely look for that guy again. Kind of sticks out like a sore thumb. And knowing the others, if they've caught on, who knows, maybe I'll run into them.
Give me a second, guys.
Mm-hmm. Leave him alone. Dave,
I'm sorry. What did you say?
you're fine.
You're fine. I was messing with Sasuke.
He won't leave my dog alone.
He won't leave my feet alone. Fenrir kind of looks at her. Well, you might need to make it bigger because I don't know when I'll pass on. But I have a good idea of who's causing this. Maybe.
Good. And if you bring them back dead, I'll have a box for them too.
He looks at her. You don't have very many friends, do you?
I have colleagues.
I guess you can consider me one too, then. And he goes to step out of the room.
Alright, then you head out. The rest of the group pushing further north, going through the town. I'm going to start in an order. Hugh, roll an investigation for me.
Okie dokie, artichoke. 7.
You go up to a group of people who kind of like are startled as you kind of walk up like super aggressive. And they're like, can we help you? And
Where are they?
"What? We don't know what you're talking about. Just leave us alone." And they start to like just shuffle away from you. Where's the...
I keep pursuing it like I'm Batman. Hey!
Yeah. From Hugh, we go over to Xenagos. It's not any better. He's not too far away from you, Zoe, and you can see him like going up to crowds of people, just like, "Have you seen the man with the magic hand? The man with the magic hand! Do you know what I'm speaking of?" And people are like just terrified of him, just running away, like, no magic hand, and they just all just disperse, like, nope. LaFay, investigation.
Oh my god.
I'm sorry, but Zoe's just covering her mouth. Like, I don't know if I should laugh or be like, "Please stop."
And LaFay, roll investigation. Yeah, just roll investigation. Go ahead.
Natural 20, 22.
All right.
Hell yeah.
LaFay, you find yourself in front of like what looks almost like a hotel, right? With about 13 floors. In front of it, you see that there are some ladies, kind of posh dressed, kind of look like they come from the east. They see you coming, and they're just like, "Hello, how are you?"
Hello. I'm
Seem to
doing
be
very
sitting
well.
there enjoying their morning.
I'm doing very well. How about you two ladies?
Oh, we are well. Can we help you?
Yes, I'm looking for someone. Do you know anybody by the name of Ernesto?
Ernesto. Ernesto, sounds familiar. And the other lady's just like, Ernesto's the man we just saw about maybe 20 minutes ago. He strolled through and had very good conversation with him. Why?
Just wanted to ask him something. It's very important. And I'm a bit of a time crunch.
Well, we did see him go into this hotel here. Perhaps he's still home. We're not sure if we'd ever seen him leave.
Thank you, thank you. Do you remember which floor he was in? Perhaps the room?
I feel like that's a question more so for the people who work here. The concierge, perhaps?
Right. Apologies.
Of course.
She's gonna go in. It was very lovely to meet you all.
You said to the ladies there?
Yeah.
Okay. And then they wave you off, kind of giggling to themselves, sipping their tea.
And she's gonna go.
Do you let anybody else know, or you just go in?
I wave over to Eddard. So they come over.
What's up?
So he's somewhere in there. We just have to figure out which room and which floor.
Possibly catch his scent around the building at all.
Roll perception. Right now, I don't need it. Actually, here, roll that. Roll the yellow one.
No, Eddard's nose is working terribly today. It's an 8.
You catch the scent of many different types of people who come through here. Perfumes, musks, even the smell of dirty sheets. But none specific to Ernesto. Do you guys go into the hotel?
Yeah.
So going in, the place is very very elaborately decorated. A lot of blues and golds and whites. The desk kind of spans across like maybe 15
Also, he
feet.
probably would have let Zoe and Xenagos know about it.
Okay, then yeah. And Hugh, right?
And Hugh, yes.
And the wolves are obviously following wherever Zoe goes at the moment, unless you decide to group them up with other people.
She's actually gonna have them separate. So if they're gonna be separating, she's gonna have Bullet with her, Windalicker obviously with Hugh, and Crab will be with Eddard and LaFay.
So, upon going in as a group, you look around. You see that there's a couple of guests in this lobby. To the left of the lobby seating, there's this 15-foot concierge desk, and there seems to be two people working there. A third kind of dipping in and out of back door. A winding staircase that goes up to the left side as soon as you guys go in, and then off to the right you can kind of see a dining area behind these curtained walls. But yes, one of the people at the concierge desk sees you. Welcome.
Hi, Eddard. So wondering if there's a friend of mine here.
First of all, welcome to the Nest Hotel, all of you. I feel like some of you are already residents. I think I've seen you in town.
Yeah, we've all been here for a while.
Ah,
So just by chance, would a friend of mine, Ernesto, be staying here?
we don't really release information like that, unfortunately. We try to keep people's privacy.
You see, he's actually expecting us. We're part of a business deal we're arranging with him.
Persuasion. No, we'll roll that. Don't say it out loud.
14?
No. I'm sorry, sir. The only company I saw go in with that particular person is a friend of his, and they did not say that they were expecting anyone else. So if you'll please, if you're looking to stay in one of the rooms, we have plenty of rooms left. Otherwise, I cannot give that information out.
You do realize who we are, right?
Friendly folks from town?
We work with the dungeon initiatives. Surely you must know who they are.
Nova, stop. Right now, I'll talk to you later about that. Hearing this, he looks over all of you. Are you here on business? I would have expected Kato to write a message to us. Was everything all right?
Everything's fine. We just need to talk to him.
He looks over at his partner, and the partner kind of like goes like this.
If it helps at all, I'm at our storm bay.
Yes, I know that now. One moment. And he like dips off into the office behind him. The other guy just like leans over to you guys. 3rd floor, room to the very back of the hall.
Thank
Don't
you.
worry about him. I'll get it cleared up.
I'm gonna pass him 10 gold.
And you guys hear him as he's just like, rookies. So yeah, you guys start to go up. Fenrir,
Hola.
you were headed where again? I had a note, but now I don't have a note. Like disappeared.
Mainly towards the center, then towards the north.
Okay, so yeah, like taking your time, you head over to the town. You see that it's been cleared out. You check the tavern. You don't see the rest of the group there. So from there, you just dip up north. Go ahead and roll a perception check. Roll that.
25.
She's gotten like 3 nat 20s. And there's like 3 different dice that she's used. Nova, I need you to roll everything for me from now on.
No, roll everything.
Nova is like the grand
you
dice.
I have to be
start-
allowed to use my curse dice then.
You can kind of see across the way that there is a like that 13th floor hotel, right? And you
Yeah.
realize that like, you really haven't explored this part of town. It's like this arch that kind of goes up on the road leading up to that building, and then surrounding it are like other little shops and stuff like that. And you realize like how different it feels here. But furthermore, like you haven't been in this area. As you take a look at the hotel, you notice kind of off in an alley to the right that there's like what looks like a pair of feet sticking out from behind the building. Like no one else would have really been able to notice unless they were actually looking. You're just kind of gazing around the town when your eyes fixate on this alley and pinpoint those feet.
Gonna kind of head over there.
So, as you head over to the alley, people minding their business, not really taking notice of you, you duck in, and as you get closer, you see that these feet are particularly large. Even the shoes that they're wearing are like maybe a size too big. And when you turn the corner, you see that there is a very large body on the ground. A big muscular man with a mustache going across his lip. And you kind of have a recognition of him to the night before at the tavern. He was standing behind Ernesto.
Huh.
And as you're looking down at him now, you see that he has multiple stab wounds going across his chest and stomach.
That's not good. Anything I notice around me currently?
Make an investigation.
17. Yeah.
So with a 17, you kind of look around the body, look across the building, and you see that there's like a set of stairs that kind of goes down, like almost like an escape route, or a fire escape, right? And you notice on the ground beneath it that there's a bunch of like beads. Looking at them, you pick them up, and they look like they go to like a bracelet, like somebody had been wearing a bracelet, and it popped all the beads across the floor here. You kind of looking around, you notice that some of the beads may have been kicked and scattered in different directions around the body. And they seem to kind of be going off north behind the building next to the hotel.
Gonna take that corner.
So you take that corner, and are you going to follow along there?
Yeah, actually, yeah.
Alright. So as you pursue this investigation, the rest of the group reaches the 3rd floor. And you see that there's a hallway that leads all the way down. The door at the very end is the one that they had described to you. And as you guys approach it, you notice that it hangs slightly open.
Slightly open, you said?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to cast another Divine Sense as we get up close to the door. See if I get anything.
You don't sense anything insidious or in particular, anything like that. The room seems clear.
No smells or anything coming from in there.
And remember, guys, Zoe, Hugh, and LeFay, you guys are all here with Edard, along with the 3 wolves and Xenagos.
Oh, okay, so I'm here
That
listening.
hallway is just packed full of people.
Don't catch any smells or nothing like that coming from it.
Let's see. What's your natural perception?
12.
From here, you can kind of catch the whiff of blood coming from the other side. That iron smell. Xenagos is kind of also. I'm going in. And he pushes the door open and steps inside. There's an open window over here. And he crosses into the room. And if you guys were to go in and look, you see that there seems to have been some sort of struggle as a mattress was pushed aside to kind of block the entryway into this room. And then, sure enough, Xenagos goes over and the window slid open. And he's looking out. Maybe they went out. Get some air. Maybe he's on the roof.
Do we see any blood at all?
So, sure enough, like along the bed, like the mattress itself, it looks like there's like blood splatter across it. Yeah, and then that's mostly where the blood is. There's a bit of it kind of like trailing against the door, or the window itself. But Xenagos like climbs out, and he's just like looking around up toward the roof. You guys can do investigations if you want to look around further.
Investigation.
I got a 5.
Alright, 15. Zoe? Hugh?
Perception.
Or investigation.
Um, 8.
That's a natural 20 from Zoe.
So, Edard, you kind of looking over the blood scene, you find the trail leading out to the window. And you see that it goes down. Xenagos is there kind of looking up. And Zoe, while you're looking around the room, you find Ernesto's bag of stuff. And in particular, you notice that the candle, or yeah, actually, I guess you wouldn't know this. Yeah. You notice amongst the stuff that there is a candle on the ground next to one of like the bedstands. And it seems like the flame is still flickering, and the oil or the wax is leaking out onto the carpet. Edward, it's while you're at the window with Xenagos that you look down and you see Fenrir turn the corner and then dip off down the alley.
Ben,
Hey, Effie, give us 1 second. We're about to switch from iPad to laptop real quick.
1 second has already passed. We can go on without them.
Right, testing.
Effie has opened his third eye.
Do you guys hear us?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, coolio.
So he calls out to Fenrir.
He's like stops as he goes like just around the corner and looks up.
What you got down there?
Fenrir points at the body. That guy was with I can only assume our friend that we're both looking for at this point.
Big guy?
Yeah, really big. And he's dead.
That was bulk or something like that, right? Any sign of Ernesto?
There's these beads. They look like they go around this corner. I was gonna head down this alley.
Perhaps we should follow them. See what we can find. And he starts to like climb down the side of the stairs.
Oh, jeez.
He's really into this, isn't he?
He drops a couple of feet and he
He
lands.
really is.
And Fenrir, he's like maybe a few feet from you, and he's just like, poor bastard. Perhaps you and I can avenge him. Smear their blood across their faces and let them know we sent them to hell.
Fenrir like walk for a second.
Sorry, intrusive thoughts.
If we have to. Yeah.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes.
So, Zoe's just gonna jump out the window to land by off the stairs right now.
Only on the 3rd floor, right?
Let me break an ankle.
Like the little...
Make a dexterity check, Zoe.
Yes!
Oh
Let's
my
go.
God.
It's like a fire escape there, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, Edward's just gonna go down that.
I got an 8.
Dexterity save or check?
Save or check?
Dexterity check.
Okay.
You hit the ground kind of sturdy, and you take 8 points of bludgeoning.
That's fine by me.
And Xenagos turns to look at you when you do it, looking bewildered like he didn't expect this, and he's like, "You are incredible! How did you do that? I thought your ankles would bust." And he's like checking your ankles with concern.
Which is funny because when he looks at her ankles, he notices that her feet are like little fox paws. And he can notice like the indentation of like the toe beams.
No, I didn't realize you had little toe beans.
She just blushes a dark shade of red.
Are you okay?
I'm perfectly fine. You're the only one that's never ever noticed those.
Oh, you mean to tell me your friends have been around you this long, and before you can finish the sentence, you hear like the rattling of the stairs as the wolves start to like run down the stairs.
Oh, goodness.
They hop like the last like 5 feet off the ladders.
Fenrir looks at the wolves. Ah, that's good.
I didn't feel like leaving them at home. I think they were gonna do a really good job at being out here with us.
That's fair.
Craig sits up. Finally, a chance to serve the people.
Oh God.
Honestly, just surprised Ona didn't come along.
She made a wonderful breakfast and you missed it. I am disappointed in you.
Well, I guess we're even then because you got her candy yesterday.
What? And she's just like, she stays quiet a bit. And she thinks, I shouldn't say it. Because I promised her right now that I would get her some. So I will keep that to myself.
Insight check.
Okay. I assume the rest of the group is gonna go down, right?
I don't know. I think LaFay's the only one left up there.
I think Hugh also. He hasn't come down.
And Hugh, yeah.
There's not much else in that room other than the obvious.
Wait, didn't Zoe find something up there?
Just the candle that was still lit, kind of, and slowly dying out.
Fuck.
Hey, Effie.
Yes?
My best friend is really excited about Xenagos.
Oh yeah? What are they in a
She's
chat right
enjoying.
now?
Yep.
Hey, let's go.
Yes.
No, the toe beans. I really don't. It's not that I want to ignore the chat. It's just I'm so into what I'm doing that I have to forget about the chat right now.
You know, she just messaged me privately, and she's just like, the excited dude, Xenagos.
I like that. I'm glad she's enjoying it.
Edard's gonna look over the body real quick.
Okay.
Does there seem to be anything abnormal with it or anything?
It's just
No, don't worry. That's what I'm here for. I just thought I'd mention it.
Appreciate it.
No, you're all good, bye.
Yeah, no, it's just the obvious that what Fenrir saw too. It just looks like somebody like stabbed him repeatedly, and he's got like wounds going across his chest and his stomach.
We gotta find Ernesto quick. I don't know how many times he's done this.
Fenrir's gonna kneel down and he's gonna look at the wolves. Guys, come here.
The wolves cross over to you, all excited.
I want you guys to follow that scent. This body, whoever killed it, that scent is the one to be followed.
They kind of like sniff around in the air, sniff around the ground, and they dip down the alley one after the other. I assume you guys are gonna follow them, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Fenrir's
So-
right after him.
You follow them out, leading you guys towards what looks like a hole in the wall that goes under the wall itself. It looks like somebody had dug this at some point to like cross from the inside of the wall to the other side behind a couple of the homes there. And this is the northern gate. You can see that like maybe about 50 feet down, there's a couple of guards standing there at the actual gate, northern gate itself. They seem to kind of be talking amongst themselves.
A quick question, by the way. So from when I cast a Divine Sense, it lasts for like about till my next turn. So I didn't catch anything when we were inside that room at all, either.
No.
Okay, just making sure.
So you guys make your way through this hole, coming out to the other side. You see that the wolves take off north, and they seem to kind of be going off toward the forest as they have a very heavy scent. Eventually, you guys, while sticking close to them, reach the edge of the forest. The wolves kind of like spanning out to try to catch more of the scent. Xenagos, equally excited, follows after Crag, keeping him close by as they investigate the area. The rest of you kind of like following after.
You said Xenagos was investigating the area?
So like you guys are on the other side of the northern wall. You cross the field across the road, and you're at the edge of the forest that surrounds you guys. And the wolves are spanned out searching for a scent. Xenagos is with them right now, and the rest of you are all together.
Wait, so they lost the scent at them.
It seems like they're like spread out. So something happened that they're trying to retrace their steps.
Zoe's gonna look at the ground and see if she can actually like make out like some movement or tracks.
Roll investigation.
16.
So with the 16, you do find like from the hall that you guys crawled out of, maybe a few feet to the left, maybe about 10 feet down the wall, there seems to be tracks of a cart that peel away. Sticking close to the wall itself before breaking off and headed off down the road and then into the forest. So it's a little further east of where the wolves are currently sniffing.
You find something?
Cart tracks, but they're heading a different way.
Fenrir whistles to the wolves.
They immediately retract back to the group. Xenagos curiously looking at them as they run back over to you.
He kneels down at the cart tracks.
The wolves like see this and they start to sniff around. Crag kind of like straightens up, communicates to the other dire wolves, and then takes off down the trail where the tracks lead.
Attack Alpha Zulu.
It seems that might be the scent.
I'll keep up with them.
So
he looks over to Eddard. Eddard, if you can get a contact on Queenie, that'd be good to have eyes from above.
I have no idea where Queenie is.
yeah, that's the thing.
You can't like call her?
You can't like bird call.
Yo, whistle.
Go ahead and do a nature check.
Is she still mad at you? You haven't apologized?
Kind of hard to apologize when she runs away.
So you send out your whistle, and you're kind of following after the group as they go after the wolves. The wolves eventually they turn a corner and they they're dipping away from the road into the forest. This time a little more to the west of where they had started off. Now that Fenrir had helped guide them onto the track, they start to kind of get excited. And when you guys start to reach into the woods, Eddard, you do this call for Queenie. You guys hear someone screaming up ahead. And the wolves kind of perk up and they take off. Xenagos kind of grabbing his weapon. He's just like, finally, something to kill, and he like goes off in their direction.
After they keep an eye on Xenagos and the wolves.
So Fenrir follows after them.
So, taking off after them, Fen, being the closest, the rest of the group kind of trailing behind. The wolves kind of like slowly start to stop, and they kind of like circle around, almost like they're seeing something that you can't. And then Ernesto comes running out from behind a rock, and he's like clutching his arm. And he's like, "Help me! Help me!" And like he stumbles over himself and like rolls, gets back up and looks around wildly. And then when he sees you, he stands up and he's like, "You have to help me! Ma'am!" And when you look, they had cut his arm off at the elbow. "They have my hand! They have my hand!" And that's where tonight's session ends.
No!
Deception, Effie.
What? No!
Is it raining over there? Do you have to go, Edward?
He's packing. It's 12, and that's the time that I was aiming for.
Yeah, I'm already getting my stuff together.
Damn.
Good session, Effie. Really good.
It was fun. It was definitely fun coming up with this one, and anybody who was here for the TED Talk, you got a little bit of a extra thing to it. So TED Talks are important, guys. But yeah, I hope you all had fun tonight, and anybody who was watching, thank you so much. Make sure to subscribe to the channel so you can get more content. We're here every Sunday. And if you need to get caught up on Dungeon Initiative content, our YouTube channel's in our bio. Everybody clap, man.
Yay.
This was
Yeah,
awesome.
yeah, we're
Yeah,
getting
yeah,
there.
Woo!
let's go.
Woohoo! Yay, clapping!
In the words of a great DM, is it Sunday yet?
Right. Is it?
Is the storm over?
Is the storm over? I know, right?
The storm never started.
Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and close out the stream. I'll be right back, guys.
All right.